Okay, hello and good morning. I think we'll start now. Uh, we'll have RC and CR today. I think we'll do RC in the first half and then we'll have a small break of maybe 10 minutes, maybe, and then we'll resume at 12:10. Okay, so I think in today's class, we'll try to stress on the importance of reading the question before you try to read the passage. Uh, So you've got to quickly skim through the questions, spend maybe 10 seconds or 12 seconds, not more, in quickly skimming through the questions. And then you read the passage once, exactly once, and you should be able to answer the questions. So, but it's very important that you read uh, the questions before you start attempting the passage. So I think in one or two passages today, we'll see why that's so important and why you shouldn't just jump into the passage because it's so tempting to just jump in and sort of read the passage. But it's very important to know exactly what the examiner wants of you, to know where the examiner wants you to focus on. And so some general question like what is the central argument? You can't really know that, right? But suppose they ask you things like, um, yeah, number one, meanings of words. Number two, if they ask you for the meanings of particular phrases, or if they ask you to explain a phrase, um, or something like that, right? So then I think it's very advantageous if you know where to focus. If you don't do that, you may have to go all over again and search for that phrase, or you may have to read that portion again. But so the idea is to get so the idea is to get a passage right in 7 minutes or less than 7 minutes, right? So that's the time frame that we have, 7 minutes. So what we have to do is okay. I think we have people joining in. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So yeah, what we have to do is we should be able to read a passage and just once, exactly once. There's no time to reread it or something like that. Just read it once, and you should have been able to understand the passage well enough to answer all the questions. So that's the target. And I think the average reading speed is about 300 words. You can't do more than that. So 300 words a minute, and an average CLAT passage is about 500 words, and at the most 650 words, sometimes rarely. So you should be able to read the whole thing in maybe 4 or 5 minutes, or less than 3 minutes, and then spend about 3 minutes to answer the questions. So it's very important that you quickly skim through the questions before you start attempting to even read the passage. And I think in today's passages, we'll see why that is the case. Um, why it is true that you can save time. So the thing is, never read the same passage twice. You don't have the time. And also, from the last year, what we gathered is that accuracy is very important. So it's not about trying to attempt 130 questions and getting just 100 questions right. Rather, it's okay if you can attempt 111 questions and get 105 questions right. So that way you get a considerably better score. So, and the thing about RC is that it's really an area where you can get almost 100% accuracy. So, if you are familiar with the techniques, you should be able to um, get all the questions right. So, okay, so I think we'll start with today's class. I think we have 22 participants. I think we'll start with today's class. I'll just let you have the link. You can start with the first question. And like I said, before you start reading the passage, even though it's not a very pleasant thing to do, spend 10 seconds or so in trying to skim through the questions. Okay, so start with the first question. Okay, for the ones who just joined in, here's the link. Please start with the first question. Okay, for the ones who've joined in, here's the link for today's worksheet. Please download it and please start with the first question. Are you all able to access the worksheet for today's class? Is there anybody who has any trouble? Okay, so I think we have a new joinee, Sanjay, I think. So I'll let you have the thing privately. Sanjay MS, right? So I'll uh, just a moment. Yeah. So Sanjay MS, that's the worksheet. I've sent it to you privately. Please see if you're able to access it. Okay, so we have one more new joinee, Yash Power. I think I'll just send it to Yash
Yes,
Power.
yes, yes, yes.
Just a
Yes,
moment, Yash. Just a moment. I'm just sending you the link for today's class privately. I think you received it. Please download the
yes, I've
file
received it.
and yeah,
Yes.
please start with the first question. Right. So uh do we start discussing the first question, all of us? The first paragraph, the first passage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll start now. Okay. So let's see. Let's move on to the first question. The first question is the main criticism in the passage of the use by students of the internet is what? Any answers? Have you all marked your answers?
Yes, sir. B.
Sir A.
Okay, we have A. It's okay if you don't come out with your answer, but please make sure that you mark the answer for yourself.
Sir, D, I think so.
Okay, fine. So we have B and A. Uh,
Sir, not B, sir. D for dog.
okay, D for dog and A. And oh, okay, fine. I'm sorry. Somebody hasn't received the. Okay, so I just yeah. I'm sorry for that. I didn't notice. Okay, so I've sent them the worksheet so they can start. Okay, so the first question is the main criticism in the passage of the use by students of the internet is. Okay, so I think all the answers are very close. So it's very hard to pinpoint as to um, one particular um, option. But let's see. See, we have in her uh, inaugural lecture at University of Brighton, she will urge teachers to equip students with skills required to interpret and sift through information gleaned from the internet. Glean is to collect. So she believes that easy access to information has dulled students' sense of curiosity and is stifling debates. Right, and then she claims that many undergraduate students at university are unable to discriminate between anecdotal and unsubstantiated material. So they're unable to discriminate, right? So they're unable to discriminate between anecdotal. Anecdotal is something that just said in matter of course way. It's not backed by thoroughly researched data. Okay, it's anecdotal and unsubstantiated material, um, and peer-reviewed scholar research. Peer-reviewed is something that has been reviewed by a fellow researcher, and they say I call this type of education the University of Google. So that is what they call University of Google, right? What is it? It is an undergraduate student's inability to discriminate between anecdotal and unsubstantiated material posted on the internet and peer-reviewed and authentic stuff, right? So we're not able to discriminate. So there's so much information available that we just tend to use it in an indiscriminate way. Let's proceed. And then Google, and then they say that Google is a white bread for the mind. It is filling, but it does not necessarily offer nutritional content. So that's what they say here. So let's look at the options and let's see. Like I said, none of the options are wrong. They're all right. It's not possible for us to um, get to any one option and say that it's wrong. But just a moment. I think we have a new student. I'll just let them have the file. Just give me a moment. Uh, yeah, I think that's the link for today's class. Please find it, and you should be able to start with the first question. Okay, so let's continue. Um, and so let's look at option A. The material is unsubstantiated. Yes, it is not all of it is unsubstantiated. For example, they do say that there are some peer-reviewed works too, right? So that's the whole argument. They say that an undergraduate student, like you all are going to be very soon, they're not able to distinguish between anecdotal and that's what they call the cult of right. So they believe that they're not able to distinguish between anecdotal um, material and peer-reviewed scholarly research. So peer-reviewed scholarly research too is available on the internet. It's just that students are not able to identify or distinguish between good stuff and bad stuff. So A is not really right. It means that students are use material indiscriminately. I think that's a very sound option. So what does that mean? It means that they use it indiscriminately. It means that they're not very particular as to how much data they deal with, or whether the data is accurate, or whether a considerable amount of research has gone into it. They don't really take all that into consideration, and they just kind of blindly consume the data, right? That's what option B says. I think that's okay. And the information is incorrect. Again, not all of it is incorrect. Like the writer says, that there are some peer-reviewed works too, and there are some um, very well-researched data there too. Okay, it leads to online amateurism. See, it does not have to do that. D is a very strong option too. Who said D is very close? I think D is very close. It leads to online amateurism. That's very true. It does. It could lead to. See, had the option been um, it it leads to online. So far, this has been the case. But the whole argument here is that this need not be the case, right? So they say that.
So, what exactly does the option mean?
Okay, amateurism is someone who's not an expert in something, but someone who has only a working knowledge of something, right? So that's what an amateur is. So it leads to online amateurism means that people who are not really experts on a topic, but who just have some kind of an approximate working knowledge. For example, if someone like me starts to write essays about legal structures, that's amateurism. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not equipped to write about legal structures, right? I'm not trained to be a lawyer. That's what online amateurism means. So, uh, but that's not the main criticism. Point one is not the main criticism. That is one of the criticisms that's being made. For example, this person here, Andrew something or the other, Andrew Keene. So this person says in his book, The Cult of the Amateur, this person says that it's leading to into online amateurism. It's not the central argument of the book. So that's what online amateurism means. Someone who is not an expert on a topic, but they go on to talk about the topic and pretend to be experts on the topic. So that's what option D means. It leads to plagiarism. Plagiarism is copying online stuff. And one more request, while the class is going, I request you not to Google and find out words and all that, because I think you could just treat this to be your examination. So you could have a uh, real time experience, right? So that's the thing. Okay, so plagiarism means copying. Again, plagiarism is kind of mentioned in the passing, right? It's not the central argument. It's not the main criticism. There's something that this Andrew Keen, he just says somewhere that in his book that the uh, the cult of the amateur. So they say that it leads to plagiarism or copying, where people are not very particular about. See, they say that so there have been concerns about students plagiarizing from the internet and the growth of the new online coursework industry. Again, it's not the most critical argument. It's just mentioned in the passing towards the end of it. It's just one of the concerns. There have been concerns. It's not the central concern. So the central concern is going to be the fact that it means that students use material indiscriminately. So indiscriminately could mean so many things. One is that they're not particular about the volume of data they consume, and two, they're not very particular about whether or not the data they consume is authentic or not, and whether or not it comes from a well-researched source, or if it's just some kind of online amateurism, right? That's what the thing is. Okay, that's option one. Question one. I think that the answer is option B. Okay, so
So the option is D, no, sir?
no, it's going to be B. B for bucket.
Okay.
See, even D is just mentioned in the passing, right? So D is online amateurism is not the chief concern. The chief concern is students. See, the chief concern on why they call it the University of Google and why they call Google is the white bread of the mind and all that is because this person, uh, Tara Brabazon, so this person, she says that students are, because of this online culture, students are becoming indiscriminate consumers of online data. They don't know whether or not the data they consume is genuine and authentic. That's the central argument, and everything else that's presented here is just an example to strengthen the case. This book culture, the cult of the amateur, and all of that is just an argument to strengthen the case, but it's not the central argument. Okay, very good. So the right answer for question one is option B. B for bucket. That's the answer. Okay, let's move on to question number two. Okay, what is suggested by the last paragraph? Again, have you all marked the answer? It's okay if you don't come out with the answer, but mark your answer and then later know where you're going wrong. That's the only way you can progress. Okay. So what is the last
So
paragraph?
is it D?
E's.
Okay. So we have
Mark
D.
E's. E for elephant.
Okay, we have D for duck and E for elephant. Okay, very good. So let's see. They're both very close. Let's see. See, they begin with the fact that Wikipedia is not giving us, is riddled with inaccuracies, right? So it's full of inaccuracies. It's not just some inaccuracy, but there's quite a lot of inaccuracy. And then they talk about how Google is a dominant search engine, that even Google is not very reliable. Why is Google not reliable? Because it's kind of developed a kind of a ranking system, and the ranking system goes through a process called search engine optimization. So it can be manipulated, right? So the right answer to a question which is Google gives you can easily be manipulated. uh, how can it be manipulated if more people endorse the particular option? So that, because Google is not intelligent in itself, it does not know right or wrong. It's only there to provide you with an infrastructure of accessing data. It's not, it doesn't know whether or not the data that you consume is really authentic or not. It's just a search engine. It just goes through a search engine. It just goes through a ranking process, right? So that's the option we're looking for. So the material isn't always accurate is a very close answer, which is the case of Wikipedia. But the rankings may not be reliable. Again, but I suppose the thing with E is that E would make it seem is very specific to Google. E is specific to Google. For example, we don't know, I don't think that Wikipedia uses a ranking system, right? So what is the point that they're trying to make? So why does the ranking system of Google, why does that present a problem to us? Or what problem does it present to us? The fact that it makes a data inaccurate, right? It adds to inaccuracy. So Google is the dominant search engine of the internet. It uses a formula designed to place the most relevant content at the top of its list. But the multi-million pound industry has grown up concerned with manipulating Google ranking through a process called search engine optimization. So is it a ranking or is it the consequence of ranking? The consequence of ranking is inaccuracy, right? So Wikipedia too has been criticized for inaccuracy. And so ranking, if you say ranking, if you say option uh, D, the rankings may not be accurate. So first of all, we don't know what rankings they're talking about. And second of all, if it is Google ranking, is that the chief concern, or is it the fact that because the rankings may not be accurate, there could be data, there is scope for data inaccuracy? So is it D or is it E? Which do you think is more general?
So D.
D.
Okay. Yeah, I think that D. Yeah, why E?
So because may not be reliable, so the ranking may not be reliable.
The rankings are not reliable. There's no doubt about that. There's no question about the fact that whether or not the rankings are reliable. But don't you feel that even though the Google is a very central topic here, see, Google is I mean, the whole paragraph, the passage starts with the word Google. But don't you think that when you say Google rankings are not reliable, don't you think that the impact that that has is on the accuracy? And see, they say here that Wikipedia, containing millions of articles contributed by users, was founded online. So it has been criticized for being riddled with inaccuracy. And Google too, which is a dominant search engine, it uses search engine optimization, and therefore with Google too, there is a huge scope for inaccuracy. So which do you think is the chief concern here, inaccuracy or the algorithm? Who cares about the algorithm, right? This writer is an academician, so we are only concerned about the end result, not the algorithm. Who cares about Google's algorithm? I'm more concerned about the consequence of the algorithm. So the option key, in fact, says E, but I think that the right answer is D. D for dog, because E is too specific to Google, whereas D is the consequence of that specificity. So I think that D is the right answer, but the key says E. But the keys, even here, the keys have been wrong, so we can't take the keys too seriously. Okay, I think that the answer is D, and I'll leave it to you. Okay, so which of the following is intended to convey approval? Any answer here?
So I think it's D.
Okay.
I'm on B.
Okay. Okay,
I think
fine.
B.
Okay, fine. Let's see. See, the question is convey approval in the context of this passage, not generally speaking, right? I mean, anecdotal could convey approval generally, but they mean in the context in which these particular words are used in this passage, not in a general sense. That's the thing. So let's look at. See, anecdotal is not used in a positive way, right? It's used to say that students are not able to distinguish between anecdotal and peer reviewed. Peer reviewed is certainly approval. Filling, again, filling, they say that it's just filling their mind. They say that it's like bread. You're just filling their mind. And it's not, see, Google is, okay, just give me a moment. I think we have new joinees. I'll just let them have the worksheets. I'm sorry for that. Just give me a moment. Um, Okay, for the ones who've just joined, here's the link. You can access today's worksheet, download it. Start with the second question in some time. So the first question is almost done. That's the worksheet. Maybe you could read the passage while you finish the first passage. Okay, right. I'm sorry for that. Let's continue. Where were we? Uh, yeah, filling is an equally valid and tailor-made. So where they talk about equally valid and tailor-made is used for, I guess they talk about the plagiarism part, right? See, they say that tailor-made is, they say coursework industry in which websites produce tailor-made essays, some selling for up to £1,000. Yes, yes, Risha. I think somebody had a doubt. Risha, was it? Oh my God. I think I've lost someone. Somebody raised their hands and then they kind of disappeared. Okay. Yeah. So tailor-made is again used in pejorative sense. It's not used to convey approval. So that's wrong too. And how about yeah, how about equally valid? And peer reviewed is certainly an option, right? Peer reviewed, without a doubt, peer reviewed is an option because see, they say that today's media is shattering the world into a billion personalized truths, each seeming equally valid. So again, that's not approval. So the only approval thing that seem to be approving is the word, the term peer reviewed. Okay, fine. The last question: which of the following comes closest to the meaning of Andrew Keene's criticism?
So could you please repeat the third answer?
Sure. I think the third answer is option B, B for bucket.
Okay, sir.
Sure. Okay. Right. So, yeah, how about the last question? Question number 4.
I think it's C.
D for dog.
Okay. D for dog. Any other answer?
C.
Okay. Right. I think again, all the options are so close that it's very hard to, distinguish between them. But let's see. They say that which of the following comes closest to the meaning of Andrew Green's criticism? Online information is amateurish. True. We can't. But which of them is most important? Online is too easily available, so there's too much online information. Online information lacks authority. Students don't know how to use them effectively. Right. So they say this person keen here. So they say that it's, yeah, again. So in this part, right? This is a part that we're looking for, right? So in his book, Keen says today's media is shattering the world and all that. Each of them seeming, yeah. So there's is shattering the world into a billion personalized truths, each seeming equally valid. So, and says, I've taught all through the digitization of education, we can no longer assume that students arrive at university knowing what to read and knowing what standards are required of the material that they read. So students live in an age of information, but what they lack is correct information. So they turn to Wikipedia. Why wouldn't they if it's there, right? So the thing about what Keynes says is which of the following comes closest to the word meaning of Keynes. Um, so I so online information is too easily accessible. So there is too much information online. There are too many perspectives online. See, had this option been there is too much, there are too many perspectives online, then this would obviously have been the right answer. So online information lacks authority. Students don't know how to use online information effectively. So the cult of the amateur, even though it's called the cult of the amateur, so, what do you think the right answer is and why? See, what does this person say? This person says that there are too many perspectives and each of them seem to be equally valid. So, there's no authority, right? See, they say that today's media is shattering the world into a billion personalized truths, each seeming equally valid. This person says. That's what Keynes said. That's what Andrew Keynes says, right? So, concerns echo the author Andrew Keynes' criticism of online amateurism. Even though the title is online amateurism, so the particular critique that this person makes here in this passage is about the fact that the internet lacks data that is authorized data that we can blindly subscribe to, right? That we know is thoroughly peer reviewed and it's not just some kind of half reviewed or some kind of an intuition or something. So I think all the options are right. I think online information is amateurish. That's the whole title of the book. Online information is too easily available. Even that could be interpreted to be an answer. It's too easily available, and therefore there are too many perspectives, and therefore it's very hard for a student to arrive at one solid perspective. Even that could be seen as an answer. There is too much online information. Again, B and C are very close. D, online information lacks authority. I think that's a very robust option compared to the other options. Students don't know how to use online information effectively. I don't think Keen talks about that. I think the person Tara, she talks about that, and I don't think Keen talks about that. So I think that the right option is answer D, option D. Online information lacks authority. Okay, any doubt with this passage before we move on to the next passage? And the person who raised her hands, Risha, do we have you? Risha Nair? No, I think we lost her. Okay, so okay, so we'll start with the next passage then.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
What is the meaning of impeccable proprietary?
Yeah. Impeccable is something that's perfect. Where were we? Just give me a
It's in the last para, sir.
just give me a moment, please. I'm sorry. Okay, so
Like in the end, like
yeah,
last
yeah.
fourth line.
So just impeccable propriety. Propriety is correctness. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll just mark that. Thanks for asking. So I think that'll help a lot of people. Uh, just a moment. I'll just copy that, and I'll yeah. So impeccable is perfect, perfect, spotlessly perfect, spotlessly perfect. It literally means sinless. The word pekka means sin, and impeccable is not sinnable or perfect, spotlessly perfect, sinlessly perfect, whatever. And propriety is kind of decent behavior, or morally correct, morally correct behavior.
Isn't propriety like ownership or something?
That's proprietary.
Oh,
That's
okay, yeah.
proprietary. That's how it's spelled. Proprietary. I can't believe I misspelled that. It's yeah, it's proprietary. Tary. I'm sorry, it's not Tory. It's Tary. Proprietary is something that you own. Ownership. Yeah. Okay, we'll start. I think I've given you a lot of time for that, that you attempt all the questions, and so you can know what's right and what's wrong. I think that's very important too. Right. So we'll get back to that. So yeah, so that's the practice, right? Pilgrims and pioneers. So, like I said, uh, if you read this question and if you know what they're expecting you to identify, then it would have been easier, right? So yeah, what's the answer for 5? I think it's a very straightforward question. They're also asking you to kind of identify which of these words are not used, right? So,
So E.
ironically,
Yeah.
yeah, because
B.
ironically it's used in the fourth paragraph, right? They say ironically because of their sex, Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Carey Stanton were debarred from taking part in this conference as many of their male delegates was sufficiently progressive to seek the abolishment of slavery. So, so that's the only conjunction or adverb. Here is an adverb. So that's the only thing that not in the first three paragraph.
I have a doubt, sir.
Yeah.
So they're talking about only the first three, right? So you shouldn't even take ironically into consideration, right? In the first three itself, we'll have to find something that doesn't advance the argument. Isn't that how we're supposed to do it? Like here, what we're doing is we're like taking something that's not from the first three paragraphs, right? So instead of that, shouldn't we like take something that's in the first three paragraphs that isn't
Yeah, that doesn't advance the argument.
actions?
Yeah. So, but
Yeah, sir, but fine.
but the thing is, I don't think that this word is even used in the first three paragraphs.
Yes, yes,
Whereas
yes. Yeah, I get
every
that.
other, yeah, okay. In case, so what you say is that in case I were to do this, I make this, right?
Yes,
So
yeah.
in case I did that, you say that this is still the answer.
No, so like what I'm trying to say is, like, shouldn't this be the second choice? Shouldn't the first choice be if there's something in the first three paragraphs itself that doesn't advance the idea? Like, so within the first three paragraphs itself, if there's something that negates the idea, shouldn't we go for that?
Okay. So in the first three paragraphs, all of the following advance the argument. Okay. So
Yes.
yeah. So yeah. Okay. Fine. So it advances the argument. Okay. So however, so what does however do? However, does it advance the argument?
Yes, this advances the argument.
In a way, because see, they say that there's a lot of patriotism in the air and all that, and however, the lyrics substituted enthusiasm for accuracy. Okay, so if that's the argument, then how can you say ironically? Let's see what ironically does. See, ironically, it doesn't do very much. It says that so this was organized at Seneca Falls by some people, two Americans who had met in 1842 at an anti-slavery convention in London. Okay, so ironically, because of their sex, Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Carey Stanton were debarred from taking part in this conference. Even that does advance the argument, right?
No, so like what I was trying to say is, like I understand that this doesn't, I feel like this doesn't advance the argument, but what I was trying to say is the question asks us in the first three paragraphs, right? So I thought like we should stick to the first three paragraphs, and if there's nothing in the first three paragraphs, then we can go to the ironically part.
Okay, but okay, how about ironically? Do you think that it advances the argument?
Uh, no, so I don't think it advances the argument. Like it depends on what we call the argument. Like I would say, in the first three paragraphs at least, the argument is that there was a certain amount of so if you take that as the argument, then the line that says yet, like here they're talking about like
No, hold on.
the first 2 to 3 paragraphs, they're talking about like how there were like progressive ideas coming through and all that. And then from the fourth paragraph, I feel like it takes a turn.
Okay, so it takes a turn towards from some general suffrage. I don't know. I'm not really sure if this question is even okay. I think we'll come back to this towards the end of this.
Yes.
We'll come back to it. So once we're more familiar
Yes.
with the passage. Okay, fine. So question 6: which of the following are not put forward by the writer as contrasting idea? I think that's quite straightforward, right? I think that's one of the easier questions. So what's the answer for that? Physical emancipation and psychological emancipation.
Yes.
Okay. So how about restrictive clause? And yeah, I think that's talked about the whole idea of the bloomers, right? So bloomers was in fact the name of a person, and they talk about real partners in marriage and wives being dominated, pampered. Even that is being talked about, right? So they talk about how persisted and how after that they became truly free and something like that. So yes, I think here they talk about that. So even when pioneering days were over, self-reliance rather than over sentiment. Yeah, so they talk about all that as contrasting features. They were becoming real partners in marriages, no longer dominated, pampered, um, or hoisted onto pedestals. So yeah, so I suppose the only thing that hasn't been portrayed as contrasting ideas are physical emancipation and psychological emancipation. I think that's a very straightforward question. How about 7? What is the main argument in the passage about the situation of women in 19th century America?
So A.
They were free but subject to moral double standards. They had become more self-reliant but were legally inferior to men. How about B? They wanted to be free but were forced into restrictive clothing. That's not the main argument. Of course, they talk about the kind of revolution that people brought about. People like Bloomer, right? Amelia Bloomer. They brought about how they simplified clothing, but it's not the main argument, right? So we can rule C out. D, they were proud of their land, but no freer than slaves. I'm not very sure of that. They were independent but could not vote. I don't think they even talk about vote. So C, D, and E are wrong. We can strike them out. Between A and B, we're looking for a suitable answer. So option A, they were free but subject to moral double standard. Is that the main argument though? I mean, they certainly do talk about you know, they do talk about the moral standard. So there was bigotry um, and so the legal position remained as anachronistic. Anachronistic is out of time, right? Uh, chronology is sequence or time. So anachronistic is something that is out of time and degrading as in early Victorian England, right? So ultimately that should not be given a right to property. So this bigotry, there was bigotry, and so I think that uh, the moral thing is not really see that comes only here. They talk about how American girls and women were as handicapped by their restrictive clothes as their English counterparts. Multiple underskirts were reinforced and all that. Horsehair and straw, all that is talked about. The lily comes out and all that, and drew attention to the disproportionate amount of time spent by women on the drudgery of over decorated clothes. Yeah, so I don't think that the moral is really the main argument. I think that it is just hinted upon, but I won't call it the main argument. I think that the main argument is the fact that they had become more self-reliant. Yes, they have become more self-reliant. They're no more just here to be pampered and taken care of, but they are still legally inferior to men because uh, they were thought not to have even souls. That's how stupid were they. So I think that option is B for bucket. Okay. So are we okay with that? So let's move on to question
Yes,
number
sir.
8. In the first paragraph, in the first paragraph, the writer uses the word ironically when discussing the situation of women in 19th century America. What best describes the irony the writer is referring to? I think again that's a very straightforward question.
The
So
B.
B.
yeah, B. Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Cordy were not allowed to attend the first women's rights convention. Let's see what option A is. Option A is, though they were American, Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Cody Stanton had met in England. That's not the irony, right? So Mrs. Mott and Mrs. weren't allowed to attend the first women's right. Is that true? See, let's go back and quickly read. See, this was see, the first women's rights convention took place. This was organized at Seneca Falls by Mott and two Americans who had met at an anti-slavery convention. Very good. Okay. So ironically, because of their sex, Mrs. Mott, and even though it's a women's only, it's a women's right convention, and they were two women, they were debarred from taking part in this conference as many of the male delegates, though sufficiently progressive to seek the abolition of slavery, still held entrenched prejudices against women. So, okay. So the thing here, the interesting thing here is that they say that in 1848, the first women's right convention took place. This was organized at Seneca Falls by um, Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, two Americans who had met in 1840 at an anti-slavery convention in London. Ironically, because of their sex, Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Cady Stanton were debarred from taking part in this conference, as many of the male delegates, though sufficiently progressive to seek the abolition of slavery, still held entrenched prejudices against women. So, which conference are we talking about here? Are we talking about the anti slavery conference or the women's right conference? That's the important question. And
Is
depending on
it the
that,
anti-slavery one?
exactly. Depending on that, the answer could be either
E.
option B, as you suggested. Mrs. Scott and Mrs. Cody Stanton
Oh, wait, E.
weren't allowed to attend the first women's rights. So that's what your rationale was. Or it could be Mrs. Mott and were victims of male prejudice. That's a more general option, maybe. So men who sought to ban slavery were prejudiced against women. That could be the irony too. Or Mrs. Amelia Bloomer is better known. Okay, that's not the option. See, we can rule certain options out. E is certainly not the because we aren't even talking about Amelia Bloomer here. And though they were American, were had again that's not the answer. We all know that. B is closed. Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Cody were victims of that's too general, I think, but we can't rule that out. Okay, so men who sought to ban slavery. Okay, so between C and D, I think we can rule C out. Between B and D, that depends on what they mean here, what the conference they're talking to is, right? So is it the Women's Right Convention or is it the anti-slavery convention, right? Is it that or is it this? Is it the anti-slavery convention or is it the Women's Right Convention? And depending on that, the option could change. How do we know that? See, look at the option. Look at what proceeds. They say that as many male delegates, though sufficiently progressive to seek the abolition of slavery, still held entrenched. Entrenched is hard in the bone, very deeply prejudiced, prejudicial views against women. So obviously, we're talking about the Anti-Slavery Convention. If they were so prejudiced against women, why would they have a women's right convention, right? So the answer is going to be option D, right? That's the right answer. So men who sought to ban slavery, they were still not broad-minded enough to treat women in a fair way. So the answer is option D. Now, regarding the first question, we'll come back to that. You start with the next passage, and before we start that passage, I think we'll come back to this. I think I do get your point as to why is ironically the answer, and why does it not advance the argument, or what is the argument. We'll come back to that. Before that, I think you can probably go on to the next passage and start with the next passage. We'll come back to the previous passage. Okay, do we start? Or do you want 2 more minutes? Okay, I think we'll take 2 more minutes.
Sir, done.
Okay, we'll start. Right. Okay. So I think the last question we'll go towards the end of this worksheet. We'll first finish this. Okay. Which of the following passages implies but does not state that helicopter parents are financially well off?
Sir, A.
B, sir.
See, A does state that they're financially well off, right? See, it implies, but does not state. It implies, but does not state. So you know that they're well off. See, they say they talk here about American clinical psychologist Madeline Levine accuses middle class parents who earn at least £63,000 a year of failing to prepare their offspring properly for the adult world because they're so obsessed with ensuring their sons and daughters excel at everything they do. So they do talk about the financial well-being. B, I don't think they talk about it. If you read B closely, but they do infer that you can infer because look, they talk about they talk about the fact that these parents are even able to renegotiate starting salaries, right? So which is not something you can do unless you yourself are well off, right? So I think that kind of hints at the fact that these are pretty well off people because unless you are pretty well off, you cannot just go and you know influence a prospective employer to increase your starting salary. And even here, they do talk about the financial aspect. They say that growing up is a slow process. Often children need to work out who they are, with a lot of support, but not in an intrusive way. That Mrs. Taku's school charges boarding fees of which probably is an exorbitant amount of money, right? And so if a parent is able to send their children to such, it can be directly I suppose you could say in a way C2, right? Because uh, it can be implied, but it does not state directly that helicopter parents are financially well off. But I think that the implication in B with B is there's a little bit more of implication than there is in C. And C that it is a kind of stating because they say that these are quite well off. As one right. So
So, but in C, we can infer that whoever sends their child to that boarding school is like paying that much amount.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
like, isn't that also a given?
I suppose you could infer. So let's see. I suppose you could infer, but how about D? Can you do anything from D? I have two kids. So they only talk about having two kids. If they fail, so I don't think that they talk about the financial aspect at all. So you can neither, this passage neither implies nor states that the helicopter parents are financially well off. So I think we can rule D out. So I don't think D is an answer. A is not an answer. C and B. Between B and C, which do you think is a more suitable answer?
I think like C, why I didn't choose C is because anyone who sends to a boarding school would technically not be a helicopter parent, right? Because they're letting them have that freedom. So
And therefore, you think
that's,
that the answer is B.
yeah, because a helicopter parent wouldn't send their
Right.
child to boarding school.
To a boarding school. Okay, I think that kind of makes sense. The least selfish thing a parent could do for a child was send him to a boarding school, right? That's what they say. So growing up is a slow process, and that see, this is what this see. You can't infer anything financially about their parents from this either. You can't make any financial inference about the about helicopter. So C and D are both the same. C and D are in a way the same because you can't really gather any information like about about helicopter parents and like yeah like Advait says I don't think uh, see this principle I don't think that she's even referring to um, a helicopter parent, right? So this person says so this person who runs a boarding school, so Mrs. Stuck, right? So I don't think that she's even referring to a helicopter parent. She's just stating that she charges so much money. So C is B is definitely an answer because yeah, unless you're pretty well off, you can't renegotiate starting salaries like that. So I think that the answer is B. Okay, good. How about 10? All of the passages suggest that the main damage caused by helicopter parents is that young people what?
E, sir.
So E.
E for elephant.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, I suppose not all of them talk about job applications, and again, not all of them need support for all they do. I don't think D talks about that. Cannot become independent. Yeah, they can't become independent because even in the case of D, even when students who are in secondary education, who are probably adult children, even when they misbehave or if they were to go truant, the parent is still held responsible, right? Which is not so. The student, in the end, does not really get to be independent. So I think that all the patches seem to suggest that option E is the right answer. Students, young people cannot become independent because of the existing system. Okay, let's look at option 11, question 11. The last sentence of passage D implies what? The last sentence is this. So do these teachers perhaps get the helicopter parents they deserve, right? So option A, children need more freedom. Can't
So
rule that
I
out.
got disconnected in between. What was the 10th answer?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So the 10th answer is E, option E, E for elephant.
Okay, sir.
Sure. So 11, the last sentence of passage D implies that what? The children need more freedom. Children, okay, we can't rule A out. Schools should not contact parents. I don't think that that's a very convincing answer. C, parents ought not to be legally responsible for older children's behavior in school. I think that's a very sincere statement because look, the whole thing here is that she has two kids. This person has two kids. He or she has two kids in secondary education, and still they get a phone call at work if the children misbehave in class, and if they fail to complete homework on time, they get letters. If they have been even the most minor illness or accident at school, they get contacted and expect to drop everything and pick them up. If they were to truant is to commit petty crimes. I could end up in court or even in prison. So that's the whole argument here, right? So yeah, parents ought not to be legally responsible. I think that's a very right statement. Let's look at T. Teachers should resolve more problems with the children rather than the parents. I can't rule D out either. For the moment, let's have both C and D in the pipeline. Let's go to E. Children are better off in boarding school. No, I don't think that that's right. So we're looking at option C and D. Which of them are more? So teachers should resolve more problems with the children rather than the parents. I don't think that that's very convincing either. Why should? What kind of problems? Right. So not very specific. Whereas C is more specific. So I think that the right answer is C because it's more specific. And between C and D, I think, like I said, they are very close, but I think C is more appropriate. Okay, question 12. Which of the following statements about helicopter parents would the writer of A, B, and C all agree? So A, B, and C, not D, right? So they make their children feel failures. Feel like failures would have been more appropriate. Feel like failures. I don't know. They don't prepare their children properly for adult life. I think that's a very appropriate answer because that's the whole argument there. They say that in C they talk about the boarding school aspect. In B they talk about how parents have started to spoon feed their children and even renegotiate salaries. And even A talks about how they hover over everything that children do. I think that B is a very good answer. So D, they confide in their children too much. I don't think that's relevant at all. their expectations of their children are too high. Again, that's only mentioned in the passing, it's not the central argument. They hinder the children's education. I don't think that that's true. I think that the right answer is option B, B for bucket. Okay, so now coming back to the previous question, which I think that that Advait had, it is Advait, right? Not Aditya, Advait, right?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, something like Advait had said. So, see, ironically, it does not advance the argument, because ironically, and what follows is something that happened in London, right? So, whereas here, see, the whole argument here is that even though there were songs of a celebratory nature, there was a lot of suffrage in 19th century US. So, all these however is a conjunction, even is a conjunction. So all these conjunctions and adverbs like however, even, yet is an adverb, and ironically is an adverb. So all of these are, uh, all of them, yet, even, however. So they are certainly kind of advancing the argument, even also, right? So let's just see where also is. See, just a moment. Right? So they're all kind of, in a way, advancing. See, also educational facilities for children were fragmented. So they're all kind of advancing the argument. Whereas the only thing that isn't advancing the argument is ironically, because what ironically does, even if ironically were not the fourth paragraph and the third paragraph, what ironically does is talk about an event that took place in London. They say ironically because of their sex. So Mott and Stanton, Caddy Stanton, were debarred from taking part in this conference, that is the anti-slavery conference, as many of the male delegates, though sufficiently progressive to seek the abolition of slavery, still held entrenched prejudices against women. So they got this, ironically, is to support a statement or to modify a statement that is an argument about something that's happening in London, not something that's happened. It's got nothing to do with the 19th century American suffrage, which is the argument here. So the argument is 19th century American suffrage, and all of these things, however, also, even, and yet, all of them are advancing the argument, but ironically is not doing that. Ironically is talking about something that's entirely different. It strengthens the argument. Yes, it strengthens the argument about the general, prejudices of men during the period, but it does not advance this particular argument of 19th century American suffrage. So thank you, Advait, for bringing that up. So I think so that's the thing. So the answer, yeah. So the answer is ironically, even if it was in this third paragraph. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I understood this part, but then like for your this thing I understood, but then what I thought of was like, if the argument is like you said, like a general aspect, like not specific to America, then you can, if you go to the even part, the line starting with even, that talks about like yeah, even when pioneering days were over, self-reliance rather than over-masculinity. So that is something that's like positive, right, instead of a negative aspect. So I thought that would be the answer.
Okay, so they say that even when the pioneering days were over, self-reliance rather than over-sentimentalized femininity remained the quintessence of American women. So they were becoming, look, so I guess the argument here is that there was suffrage, but see, they were it was not complete suppression. They were free enough to identify that they were being suppressed. So see, that's the whole argument. See, because it starts with, on a positive note. It starts about how people were happy and celebrating, and then it moves on to say that things weren't all happy. There was suffrage, and then they come back to the and then they come back to the happiness, and they say that people were free, but they weren't all that free. So it's a kind of a cycle. So they say that they were free, but they weren't all that free. That's the argument here. So the American suffrage includes both freedom and suffrage. So it's not just one-dimensional suffrage. And also they're all relevant to America. Even this is relevant to America. Whereas ironically, it's completely different. It's probably somewhere about something happening in America, in London. It's about an event that took place in London, which probably just gives us a hint about the general masculine attitude, but it's not specific to America. Whereas everything else is obviously specific to America.
Yes, but then my thing was like the main argument is more of like a general idea, right? Rather than being specific to America, the main argument would be like a general scenario of the time, right?
No, I don't think so. I think that the main argument is America. See, they say across the Atlantic in the middle, and they say that the whole Uncle Sam's farm and the Hutchinson family, and then they go on to talk about. Okay, so they go on to talk about the. Okay, fine. I suppose you could say that, but I think it is the whole idea that there was a combination of both. There was freedom and there was, but some things remained anachronistic. So yet women's legal position remained anachronistic. So there were problems. So it's not. I suppose it does advance the argument. So even when the pioneering days were over, self-reliance rather than remained the quintessence of many American women. So it does advance the argument because it takes the argument towards some point, right? It takes the argument towards the next point where they say that yet Americans, yet women's legal position remained anachronistic. So had it not been for the previous even, I couldn't have had the yet here.
Okay, so got it.
So I suppose this is going to be the most appropriate answer, ironically. Okay, fine. So I think we'll probably kind of move on to the next passage.
So,
Yeah.
the 11th answer, why isn't it D? I mean,
Yeah. 11th answer. Okay, Kirti, right? Just give me
yes.
a moment. 7, 8, 11. 11 is the last sentence of the passage D suggests that why isn't it D, right?
Yeah, so she just mentioned her kid is in secondary school. It's not like the central point over there.
Okay, so teachers should resolve more problems than with a child. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to 11, A, B, and E are wrong. So I think it's between choices C and D that we're talking about. So one of these two choices has to be right. If you look at option D, it's too general. Teachers should resolve more problems with a child rather than the parents. What kind of problems are we talking about? Right. So it brings in so many questions. What kind of problems is one very pertinent question, and the other question is and why? So then what's the role of the parent? So what this person says here is that he or she gets phone calls at work, and the secondary school children, they're considerably old, and if they fail to complete homework, they get calls, and if they do something truant is if they
So the
against,
problems are the ones mentioned in that para, right?
Yeah, this person's particular problems that the teachers keep calling them, they keep troubling them, even petty things, and also there is a legal liability that falls on the parent. For example, even though the adult child, it's considerably old child, if they go truant, right? So the parent could end up being held responsible. They could even end up in court or even prison, which is a very serious problem. So do these
So in
teachers?
the option, the problems mentioned are the ones in the paragraph. How is that like too broad or what you said?
Okay, teachers should resolve more problems with the child. Yeah, but okay, okay, so teachers should resolve more problems. That is general, right? Teachers should resolve more problems. How do you mean that? How do you mean more problems?
I mean, any of the problems that they face. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
but what about psychological problems, for example? Or what about what about physiological problems, or what about deeply health problems or problems that require a parent's attention? I think that's too broad. Teachers should solve a parent's problem. I think that's too broad, and I think that the more specific. See, I do understand your point. So what you are trying to say is that the whole argument here is that why are teachers calling parents and troubling them? If you want to stop them from being helicopter parents, then the only way out is to dissociate parents from the school activities. But I think that D is too general. It says that problems, but we don't know what problems. And we have no reason to suppose that the problems here are the same as the ones that this person talks about. It could be anything.
Yes, I got it.
It could be anything. Yeah, very good. So I think that the answer, I think C is more appropriate. Like I said, C and are very close, and I think that the right answer is going to be C. I think. So okay, I think we'll move on to the next passage then. Okay, the ones who have classes you can leave, and you'll find this on your dashboard. You can always access it later. The ones who have a classes or anything, you can feel free to leave. Okay. Okay, so next passage now.
So I got disconnected. Could you please repeat the 12th answer?
Sure. 12 is that's 12. Yeah, 12 is which is the following things to make helicopter parent who write about ABC. Yeah, I think they don't prepare their children properly for adult life. I think it's option B.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure. One moment before you start, I think we can take a small break now, and then we can kind of resume the class. Because I think if we take a break after this, I think it'll be more than 2 hours and it'll be hard for you. So it's now 11:50. Do we start at 1? I mean at 12.
Okay, sir. So for how long is this class for?
See, it's 10 to 2.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So after this, we have one more worksheet for critical reasoning for your LR section 2. So that's 2 worksheets, so this and the other worksheet, and that so I think we're yet to start with that worksheet. So I think we'll take a short break now, and we'll resume at 12 o'clock, and then we have a 12 to 2 session, and then we'll stop at 2.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Okay, are you all back now? I think we'll resume.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll resume then. It's 12. Right. So we'll start with question number 4, card ownership. Yeah, please start with that and take 7 minutes and let's see if you can finish that. Yeah, we start now with the fourth question. Okay, we'll start with the first question. So, how about the first question? All the examples illustrate China's actual growth in car usage, except what? Any answers for that? Curb to
East.
curb. Yeah?
East. E for
E for
elephant.
elephant. Very good. Okay. Okay. Look, curb is the footpath, right? That's what it's called curb. So roads once curb to curb with bikes. So where do they say that? They say that here, right? So they say that um, see, so they say that it's changed now. Even the Chinese that were who once lived lives where in 20 times no bicycle the roads. So see, they say that Beijing's roads once curb to curb with bikes, meaning that the road was filled with bikes, are now choked with cars. So that expression curb to curb is certainly used uh, to refer to the cars of the increase in the number of car usage of China. So that's not the answer. Shanghai um, could be Lagos or Cairo. Even that I think is not an answer because they say that in terms of traffic, noise, and air pollution, Shanghai could be Lagos or Cairo. It could be Lagos or Cairo, right? So even that cannot be an answer. Widening its roads. How about that? Even that, I think they talk about the fact that China has been widening its roads, right? Uh, See, city after Chinese city is widening its roads, building flyovers and underpasses to cater for the increasing number of cars. So even that is made, even that expression is used with reference to the increase in the number of cars, and that building flyovers too. No more bicycles, all cars. How about that? So the question is, all these examples illustrate China's actual growth in car usage, etc. So this was made 20 years ago, right? This person says in 20 years, no more bicycles, all cars. So it's not something that's happening now. It's not actual. It's just something that some Chinese man said to some British planner when asked as to how they managed to have so many bicycles. So it's not an actual fact. It's not. It doesn't illustrate the actual growth in car usage. So the answer is going to be uh, no more bicycles, all cars. Option E. Very good. Okay. 14. What is the main cause of the problem posed by cars today? I think this is a very simple question. 13 was quite simple. 14 is slightly, it takes a bit more inference. Any answers for that?
Is it
What is
B?
B for bucket, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other answer?
B.
Okay, let's see. So let's just see. So we're talking here about uh, the main cause of the problem posed by cars. So let's just go and see where they talk about the main cause. Okay, it's 26% here. So we'll read this paragraph. Transport, says the Energy Saving Trust, accounts for 26% of Britain's greenhouse gas emissions and is the fastest growing source of global emissions. While the US is by far the greatest source, figures released this month by the European Environment Agency figures show that emissions are still rising in Europe, making it unlikely that EU countries as a bloc will meet their Kyoto targets. So, US is by far the greatest source, right, of what? Of greenhouse gas emissions, right? So, of pollutions, right? So it's not the fleet of. So what's the question? The question is, what is the main cause of the problem posed by cars today. Right. So the main cause is environmental pollution and the emission of greenhouse gases. Let's look at the option. Option A, the car fleets of Brazil and Indonesia, South Africa. I don't think that's the answer because they say it's a very small number compared to the cars in the US or the UK. And also they say that the level of car ownership in the US, that's a serious problem because they say that the contribution of the US towards the emission of greenhouse gases is higher than that of the European nations. The 20% growth in the car industry in India, again, not the most serious complaint. The level of car ownership in EU, yes, it's possible. But between B and D, B is more suitable. Option 4, 4 million new cars in China. Even yes, even that is a fact. But again, like they say that US is the major culprit when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. So the answer is still going to be option B. So again, it's just the examiner playing with you, and you have to be able to look through the examiner's psychology. Okay, question number 15. According to the passage, why will car ownership in emerging countries not be able to reach Western levels?
So D.
D. Any other answer? D for duck. Any other answer?
Yes.
A for apple. Okay, fine. Let's
Yeah.
see. See, they say here that they say here that Andrew McKillop, author of The World's Final Energy Crisis, calculates that India, China, and other developing countries will never be able to achieve the vehicle saturation ownership levels of the US. There is simply no prospect of China, India, Malaysia, Brazil, Turkey, Iran, Ukraine, Mexico, and other emerging car producers being able to achieve US, West European, Australian, or Japanese rates of car production and ownership, he says. At the current consumption rates, the estimate of 3.5 billion motor vehicles would increase world oil consumption by about 70%. In fact, the petrol used, and so they say that there simply won't be any oil, right? So it would increase. So in fact, the petrol use not only is an explosion of the world car serious threat to globalization, but through its impact on oil demand, it will become a threat to international stability. That's what they say, and yeah, so that's the thing. So there's so much oil consumption that we may soon get to a stage where there is no oil, right? So because at every stage they require oil, right? So yeah, I think in the previous paragraph they say here that at the simplest level there will not be enough oil. At the moment, oil supplies and refinery capacity can only just meet um, the world demand for 795 million vehicles, right? So they say that there won't be enough oil, and which is probably what this person says. It says that they won't reach the kind of vehicle saturation ownership levels of the US because there won't be any oil. So people will not be able to afford the increasing cost of ownership. I don't think that that's true. Okay, C, it would be too much of a threat to international stability, but that still doesn't mean we can't see why emerging countries alone should suffer. It would be too much of a threat to the global environment. Yes, that's true. But again, we don't see why emerging countries alone should suffer. There is already an energy crisis. That's a possible answer. There is already an energy crisis. So A and I think that B, C, and D are not very suitable answers. We can kind of rule them out. There is already an energy crisis is a fact, and there won't be enough oil. But there won't be enough oil is 2050 is too far off. They say that this person says
So,
that yeah.
but they have mentioned the D answer in the para, like in the end. So how is that not a valid point?
Which para?
Like in the end, uh, the global environment, it's like the second last line.
Okay, fine. So they, yeah, not only is an explosion of the world car fleet a serious threat to the global environment, but its impact on oil demand will become a threat to international stability. That's the only thing they talk about. Yes, not only, yeah, it is a threat to global environment, yes, but that doesn't mean that emerging countries alone should see. What's the question here? The question is, question 15 is, according to the passage, why will car ownership in emerging countries not be able to reach Western levels? So, if global environment is a global problem, right? So, why
Yes,
would
no,
that
but then the E option is not even mentioned in the whole thing, I think.
E option? You mean that is
There is
already
already an energy crisis.
okay? So, let's see. So they say that you see it would increase the oil consumption by 70%, and also this person says here this secretary, he says that there would be 3.5 billion, almost four times as many as there are today. So unless there's a dramatic switch, so at the simplest level, there will not be enough oil. So at the moment, oil supplies and refinery capacity can only just meet world demand for about 795 million vehicles. And then I think that the answer as to why they won't reach, yeah, fine. So true. I think that A is then the only thing we're left with. But I think even A, it doesn't say there won't be any oil. See, what this person says is that they won't be able to reach the kind of vehicle saturation ownership of the US. Why? There is simply no prospect of China. See, they say that Andrew McKillop, the author of this person, calculates that China, India, and other developing countries will never be able to achieve the vehicle saturation ownership levels of the US. So, what is the vehicle saturation ownership level? The fact that US have already come into uh, a huge possession of vehicles, whereas emerging countries have not yet come into it. For example, they say that only 8 out of 1,000 people, only in the US, 745 out of 1,000 people uh, own vehicles, right? Which slightly lower rates in Europe. So, but they say that in places like Asia, it's considerably small. There may be one car for every 2.4 British people, but only 8 Indians and Chinese in 1,000 so far have a car. So that's what they mean by saturation, vehicle saturation ownership. And now the question is, why won't, even though these economies are growing, even though there is a greater demand for cars and there are more plants, why will countries like China and India, why won't they be, and other developing countries, why won't they be able to reach the vehicle saturation ownership levels of the US? Why is there no prospect? Why? uh, he says. So at the current consumption rate, so 3.5 billion, right, motor vehicles would increase the world oil consumption by 70%. So from this we can infer, what can we infer from this? Some kind of a logical reasoning question. What can you infer? So because the oil consumption is going to increase by 70%, countries like China, Malaysia, India, they won't be able to reach the vehicle saturation point of US, which means that there simply won't be any oil. There won't be enough oil, right? So A is the only logical conclusion that we can make from this statement. Yes, I get your point. I think that E is
No,
not.
but the oil point is summed up in the threat to global environment. So why can't that be more appropriate?
Okay, I get your point. See, the global environment is pollution, water pollution, air pollution. I don't think that lack of oil would really fall under the category of pollution, or maybe it could. But see, what has pollution got to do with? Okay, so what you're trying to say is that there'll be so much pollution that people will have to take an kind of a humanitarian move to stop using cars.
So I mean, it still like counts in global environment. Like they're not only focusing on the pollution, the lack of oil will also be a problem.
Absolutely, yes. I can't.
It's like they've exhausted all the fuel.
Yeah, true. I think that's absolutely right, and I don't think I can argue. This is subjective, and of course, you could say that from a humanitarian point of view. But I think that what they want you to see is what the examiner wants you to do. You are absolutely right, and I can't find any reason as to why global environment is not an answer. But what the examiner here wants you to do is they want you to look at that part of the passage where they compare emerging countries with Western countries. So that's what the examiner wants you to do. So the examiner wants you to go and look at this part of the. It's very boring, I accept. That's how examinations are. They're probably meant to be like that. So the examiner wants you to go and read this part of the passage, and then the examiner wants you to infer that there's an oil shortage, and um, therefore, the reason why developing countries can't reach Western or uh, American level of ownership is because there probably won't be enough oil left. So the examiner wants you to mark A. Whereas there is nothing wrong with D. I can't say anything wrong with D, but somehow D is more subjective. It's more of a kind of a humanitarian move. So what D would recommend is that so there is a huge depletion of natural resources, and therefore, okay, let's all start behaving like decent human beings, and let's stop producing more cars. So it's a humanitarian move, whereas A is a more practical or a more bottleneck situation. If there's no oil, what's the point of making cars?
So, but like the whole paragraph, they have talked about the oil, and then they have just summed it up in the global threat.
I think that global threat is only mentioned as a pass on, don't you think? They say not only is an explosion of the world car fleet a serious threat, not only that, but through its impact on oil demand, it will become a threat to international stability.
Yeah, so the not only part is applicable to the international stability and not the global environment.
I don't think so. See, not only is used to modify global environment, not only that, but also that, right? So not only and but. So
Yeah,
that's
so
the.
not only that is the oil part summed up into threat of the global environment.
Okay, I suppose I could give you D. See, if I were the examiner, I would have D and A, but I'm not the examiner. I think that the examiner would have probably wanted you to mark A. I would really have given you both D and E. I would have given you anything you want, but I'm not the examiner. The examiners are very practical people, and they want you to be practical. I suppose. I think that they would have wanted you to mark A. So I can't find anything wrong with D. D is, like I said, is perfectly okay. But I think that the examiner wants you to mark A, don't you think? Because that's why they're trying to make a connection between this and that. So they probably want you to go and read this part of the passage, and then they want you to see that there's going to be an oil shortage. So I don't really think that D is very suitable. Yeah, because there won't be any. Yeah, so I really don't think so. Okay, I think we'll
Yes,
come
sir,
back to
I
it.
got it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's not wrong at all. It's just that I think that's what the examiner wants you to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 16, which of the following, according to the passage, is a fact? Last year, the Chinese bought 4 million new cars. That's mentioned, right? That's, I think that has been mentioned. Uh, the Chinese. So they say that.
It has to be A since the other ones are just talking about the future.
Okay, let's see. So last year, the Chinese reportedly bought 4 million new cars. So let's look at the adjective. I'm sorry. Let's look at the adverb reportedly, right? So reportedly is what? Apparently, right? So there is an element of doubt. So we can't be 100% sure of this because of the adverb reportedly. But let's just have it at the back of our mind. Let's move. So uh, yeah, so, because we're looking for a fact, right? We're looking for a fact. We're not looking for okay. So A is, yeah, we can't rule A out. I think we'll put A in the pipeline. Okay, so within 25 years, there will be more cars in China than the US. How about that? See, they say that here. We'll mark that too, right? They say that commentators suggest that the country's 1.3 billion people will have more cars than the US within 25 years. So commentators suggest that the country's 1.3 billion people will have. So they suggest, and here it's reportedly. So here too there is an element of doubt because it's still a prediction. They suggest, commentators suggest, so it is a prediction. So we can't be very sure of that too. But let's just have it in the pipeline. Let's move on. Okay. So the EU countries will not meet their Kyoto target. Okay. So here they say that they say that here, while the US is by far the greatest source, figures released this month by the European Environment Agency figures show that emissions are still rising in Europe, making it unlikely that US countries as a bloc will meet their. So it's unlikely that, so the figures show that but this is again a prediction of the future, right? So that's a prediction of the future. The commentator suggests that the country's 1.3 billion will have more cars than the US in 25 years. Is again a commentary made about the future. It's again a prediction, right? So, but we can't rule C out either. We'll have D. China, India, and other developing countries will never be able to achieve the vehicle ownership levels of the US. So, let's see. So that's what this person says, right? So they say that we'll never be able to because there won't be any oil. That's what the other option says. So calculate that China uh, will have. I think that's the part of the package we're looking for. Yeah, again, that's yeah a prediction of the future, and yeah, E is 1.3 billion motor vehicles would increase world oil consumption by about 70%. So at the current consumption rate, the estimate of 3.5 billion would increase. Again, that's a prediction, right? So they're all predictions. None of them can be treated as absolute facts. But I suppose like see here we say that last year the Chinese reportedly bought 4 million new cars, right? So do you think that was it Keithy who gave the answer for that? I may have missed
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay, so do you think that this is the only thing that where they're not predicting but talking about something that's already happened?
Yes, sir.
Because they say that last year the Chinese reportedly bought
Yeah, I mean, there is an element of doubt, but then it's more appropriate than the other four.
yeah, reportedly bought so it's based on the report that the Chinese gave, right? So last year reportedly could mean that based on some kind of a report that they got, but so the 4 million could be plus or minus 2% of 1%, or at least it's not the how do we put it? I suppose the unpredictability is not as high as the other options. I suppose we could go with A. I suppose we could go with A, but the option key says B. But I suppose A makes more sense. When I had marked it, I had marked A for the same reason because it's a past, which is the following according to the passage is a fact. I won't say for sure that we can't say they bought, but the answer, but because it does say reportedly, so there is an element of doubt. But commentators suggest that the country's 1.3 will have more cars than the US in 25 years. So even if we take that to be true, see, within 25 years, there will be more cars in China than the US. Could that be a fact? Because it says according to the passage. So assuming that the things in the passage are true. So what I thought was we are looking at things like suggesting and the word reportedly. Because see, again, if you look at the if you look at what the examiner is trying to do to you, right? So the examiner here is giving you a number. They say that last year the Chinese bought 4 million new cars, right? So the person is trying to give you a number. They bought exactly 4 million new cars. Can that be called a fact? What if it was 4 million and one new car? Or what if it was one less than 4 million cars? So can we call that a fact? Whereas within 25 years, there will be more cars in China. Okay, fine. In that case, how about the other options? Option C, the EU countries will not meet their, again, will not meet. Look at the options. They will not meet. There's a certainty there. They will not meet. So I think that's wrong. They will not meet. How can you be so sure? Whereas here it says that it's likely that they won't meet. It says it's unlikely that the EU countries as a bloc will meet their Kyoto target. It's unlikely. So you can't say that they won't meet. So it's again just the examiner psychology. It's just nothing else. So China or India will never be able to achieve the vehicle ownership levels of the US. Will never be able to achieve the certainty. So again, the certainty, whereas here it's just a prediction. And 3.5 billion motor cars would increase world oil consumption by 70%. I think that is what I had marked, because that seemed to be very close. Because look, they say here that at the current consumption rate, the estimate of 3.5 billion motor vehicles would increase world oil consumption by 70%. I had marked E because that seemed at the current consumption rate. So whereas the answer key said B. And I thought that within 25, there will be more cars in China.
But according to that logic, should D be the answer? Because the passage highlights the fact that they won't be able to achieve such a target. Right? Like in two paragraphs say that China, India, and other developed countries will not be able to reach the ownership levels of the US. I understand that E also is like it's more of a prediction than a fact, but that also makes sense. Um, C, I don't think it makes sense. And A, like you said, if you look at it that way, then there can be less than 4 million, more than 4 million also. But D is something that, according to the passage, will be a fact, right? Because not only will there be like no oil, they're talking about two things. One is like the increase in production and 70%, and there won't be enough. And they're also talking about not enough oil.
See, on the one hand, yes, you can say that compared. See, we're not talking about. See, what they say is that China is going to have. See, what they say here is that you can't have such vehicle saturation ownership levels, which means that owner per person is going to be high in the US and the UK. But that doesn't mean that the number of cars in the US and the UK are going to be low. Because they say that in the next 25 years, China is going to have more cars than the US. So, whereas option this says that it won't be able to achieve the vehicle ownership level. That's the wrong statement.
The next line also talks about the next line after that you highlighted. The next line talks about vehicle ownership. There is simply no prospect.
Yeah, see, let's see. Of being able to achieve Western of car production and ownership. So at the current consumption rate, okay. But how about the fact that, so can you say it's a fact? Because don't you think that that's challenged by the fact that here they say that commentators suggest that the country's 1.3 billion people will have more cars than the US within 25 years. So don't you think that that's, so what they mean is that, I think what this person means is that they won't be able to have, when they say ownership level, I feel that they are talking about uh, about uh, this. They're talking about ownership is 745 vehicles per 100%. So it's not just the number, but how many people per person. So I think that's what they mean by ownership level. It's not the net number of cars, because China and India have a huge population. So even though the number of cars per person, for example, they say that only 8 Indians and and Chinese in 1,000 own a car, but there's such a huge population that the number of cars may be higher.
Yes, I understand that. But then, like
Okay.
in the previous one, the commentator suggesting that's just a suggestion. It doesn't have to be like it's not something that has to be true. And then, like if you the rest of the paragraph just shows how that cannot be true. Like how they can't meet all the demand that's coming through because there won't be enough.
Okay. I think we'll come back to this question after the next paragraph, but the answer key, like I said, is B. I had marked E. I thought E would be the right answer. I think this is one of the questions I got wrong, but the answer key said B. I don't know why. I thought that B was pretty straightforward, because the reason I thought E was going to be the answer, E for elephant was going to be the answer, was because they say at current consumption rates, the estimate of 3.5 would increase the oil consumption by 70%. So that's kind of it's, a fact, because it's kind of extrapolating from the current consumption rate, whereas the others are just predictions and haphazard predictions, whereas this is extrapolating. So I thought that this is going to be the right answer. I thought E was the right answer, but the answer, this is the question I got wrong. The answer said B. I don't know why. And then I kind of convinced myself that it had to be B, because it seemed likely. We'll come back to this after you finish the next paragraph. Finish the next paragraph, and then we'll come back to this, because we also have one more worksheet to do. We should finish the LR worksheet.
So one more thing.
Yeah.
So can we do the LR sheet after this one and then come back to the last passage later? Because it's like almost one.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, it's 1 and we have just 1 hour. So I suppose we'll finish 5 and
Yes.
then we'll probably come back to, I think in that case, we may have to stop with the LR. Stop here, maybe. I think we'll stop here. I think we'll stop here then. I think we'll stop here and we'll do the LR. Yeah, or maybe you can finish 5. You can finish this and then by the time you do this, I think I'll just have the LR thing uploaded and let you have the link. Yeah, we can finish 5 and then we'll do LR. Yeah, thank you for that. I think we'll come back to 6 later.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes. Thank you.
என்ன பண்ணுவ இப்ப? என்ன சாப்பிட்டது?
I think most of you do have your videos turned off, but I think 1 or 2 don't. Could you please turn your videos off because I have a very slow connection? Thank you. So in case your video is on, please turn it off. Thank you. Okay, do we start?
Yes, sir.
I think we'll start. I think it's okay. So, question 17. What is the central argument of this passage?
Sir, I did not receive the file for logical reasoning.
I
Or is
don't
it
think
in
I've.
English?
Oh, yeah. I think we're doing passage file.
Okay, okay, sir. I thought we were going to start logical now.
Have you read the passage? Have you been able to do this?
No, sir. I got disconnected in
Oh,
the middle. I'll start now.
okay, fine. How about the rest of us? Have you all been able to answer the questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Yeah? I think your voice is breaking, Aditya. Okay, never mind. Okay, fine. So I think we'll just start. Right. So I think question 17, what is the central argument of this passage? Um, the letter sent to airlines by black uh, signatories asking them to refuse to fly deported Jamaicans. Is that the central argument? And do you think everything else revolves around this argument as to, because look at the flow of the argument. They talk about the first thing they say is that 82 black public figures have written to airlines who have worked on deportation charter flights, urging them not to carry up to 50 Jamaicans the Home Office wants to deport next week. So that's how this starts. And then they tell you who the signatories were, and then they tell you what kind of airlines these are, and then they tell you what it does. It says it urges them to refuse to operate, and then they tell you why it urges them to refuse, why does it urge them to not accept and all that. And then they say that any airline that has agreed to transport the Jamaicans urged to reconsider its position to and to communicate this to government and the wider public. So, and then the rest of the argument is all about why this happens, but it's not about. So so you could say that the argument revolves around the letter. So it could be the central argument, and then they talk about. See, they say that the concern is also expressed by the signatories about the fate of the victims. So it's about the content of the letter. They say that the UK system is flawed and all that, and then the letter, it is a letter. So I do feel that the central argument is the letter, and towards the end, they talk about the Home Office's view and uh, and all that. So I think that the letter sent to the airlines by black signatories asking them to refuse to fly deported Jamaicans does seem to be a central argument. Let's look at B. The second deportation flight that is going to deport Jamaicans on December 2nd, and the efforts taken by prominent members of the black communities to prevent what efforts, right? When you say efforts, what efforts? Are they going on strike, or are they going on hunger strike, or are they writing angry articles to newspapers? No. So I think we want the option to be more specific. It's not just any letter, but it's more specifically letters written letters. It's not just any effort. Rather, it's a letter written to the airline. So we want more specificity. So B is not as appropriate as A. Let's look at C. So we'll just strike out B because it gets less confusing if you do that. We'll strike out B. Let's go to C. The fact that in the past, airlines like Virgin have refused to assist the Home Office in deportation, yes, and that prominent black personalities are attempting to do the same with airlines that might be deporting Jamaicans on December 2nd. Again, how are they doing it? Are they approaching them personally, or are they writing articles in famous newspapers and kind of trying to apply pressure on them to not concede? I don't think that that's very effective either. Let's look at the fact that the Home Office is hell bent on deporting immigrants back, but there is still hope. As okay, and 82 people are working on this. Again, it doesn't say how they're working on it. It just says they're working on it. So the passage has no central argument as it is a purely informative passage. It is an informative passage, but there is a central argument, I think. And central argument is the fact that people are writing to the airlines. I think that the answer is option A. Option A is a more appropriate answer than the options given. Okay, let's go to question number 18 and let's see what 18 has to offer. So going by the argument of this passage, which of the following might undermine the effort of the signatories? Any answers for that before I continue?
B, sir.
Yeah?
B, sir.
B, okay. Any other answers? Okay, let's see. The fact that the one who are deported are all accused, the fact that the ones who are deported are all accused uh, of unspeakable crimes like murder and molestation. That still doesn't mean you can deport them, right? Just because somebody commits a crime, for example, if somebody commits a crime, you can't just deport them blindly to some other country. It doesn't work like that. You should put them in your own jails or your own prisons. You can't just deport them, right? So the fact that even if these airlines do relent, the Home Office, what does relent mean? Accede, accept. Okay, the Home Office will still find some way of deporting them to Jamaica. I think that's a very pertinent argument. So even if because the central argument is a letter, and in case they do write the letter, and in case the airlines relent and they say that no, we won't deport, then they'll still find some way of pushing them out. They'll probably push them into some kind of a detention center maybe, and then they'll slowly ship them out in stages to some other country. So the Home Office, because the Home Office is hell bent on sending them out. You can see the tone here. The Home Office said, we make no apology for seeking to remove dangerous foreign criminals to keep the public safe. Each week, we remove foreign criminals from the UK to different countries who have no right to be here. So this flight is no different. So the people being detained for this flight include convicted murderers and rapists. Okay? So the Home Office is very clear that it is going to have these people pushed out no matter what. So if these airlines do not relent, they'll still find some way to do that. I think B is a very good answer, very good. Let's look at C. The Jamaican government might not accept the deportation, as in the case of a Bangladeshi terrorist whom the British had tried to deport. I think that's again a very, very pertinent argument. So they want to push them out of Jamaica, but what if the Jamaican government doesn't accept them? They say, no, we don't want them either. So this had happened in Bangladesh. So I think there was some teenager, there was a young girl who had been cheated into some kind of a terrorist organization, and then they were trying to send her back to Bangladesh, but the Bangladeshi government refused to accept her. They said, she's your citizen, you deal with her. We don't want her. So what if they do that? So that won't really undermine the argument because that's good for these people. So that means that they can't be deported, right? So they won't be deported, which means they'll either be brought back, and then we may have to figure out as to what to do with them later. But it still doesn't undermine the argument as much as option B does. Okay, so the accused might not feel it right to go on living in a country that wants to deport you. I think that's giving the accused too much morality, which I don't think is the right thing to do. So I don't think that D is just the examiner playing the fool. All of the above is wrong. So I think that the option is B. Okay. Now let's move on to 19. Consider the following statement made by the signatories in their plea. Right. So the signatories say that the UK system for identifying victims of trafficking is in disarray. What does disarray mean? It's not organized, right? It's unorganized, meaning that the government frequently seeks to deport people whose offenses occurred by reason of their trafficking or forced labor. Okay, so that's what these signatories say. Now the next question is, which of the following crimes could not be entailed under this argument? Entailed is included, right? So the question is, which of the following crimes could not be entailed under this argument? So option a Jamaican drug peddler working for a much larger multiracial underground gang is arrested and deported to Jamaica. Would that entail? Would that be entailed under this argument? It would, because he's just a small part. He's just a minor cog of a much larger organization, and that's what these people say. Right? They say that most of these criminals, whom the government is booking and trying to, they were either trafficked or they were they were kind of forced to do this, right? A kind of a forced labor, or they were a smaller part. So okay, fine. So A is very hard to figure out. Let's look at B. A Jamaican is deported because he was paid by a politician. A Jamaican is, he was paid to, I'm sorry for that. I think that the option is wrong. It should have been, he was paid to murder a politician.
So
It
what
would,
was the 18th answer?
18, I think, is B for bucket.
Okay, sir.
Okay, 19, a Jamaican drug peddler working for a much larger multiracial underground gang. So B is, a Jamaican is deported because he was paid to murder a politician. So again, this is very hard. We don't know the kind of monetary arrangement that was made. Was he under a bonded labor? Was he threatened to do this? We don't know. So it's still quite it's still quite blank. We don't know. A Jamaican was murdered because he had a tax. He had a tax arrears of $25,000. I don't think that even makes sense. So D, a Jamaican working whose grandparents had come to England is being deported because he does not have papers, though he was born and raised in England. And E, none. So what's the answer for that? Okay. So I think that's just 50 minutes. So I'll let you work. So I think at that time, I think we'll start. I think I'll let you work this out. Okay, I think it says a Jamaican was murdered. Okay, how about Jamaican was deported? How about then? Had it not been that, I think it would have been A. How about now? I think I'll just make that change. I think I'll let you work out the last two questions. So the idea here is that who would, which of them would not be entailed under that argument? Any answers so far? Just change this to none. Okay, please change was murdered to deported. Please change. I think I made a mistake there. Please make that change. Option C is not deported but murdered. Any answer? I think it's quite simple. Just look at the argument. They say that the UK's system of identifying victims of trafficking is in disarray, meaning that the government frequently seeks to deport people whose offences occurred by reason of the trafficking or forced labor. So just look at option A. Uh, Uh, just a moment. I think I put my earphone off. Hello. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So what's the answer for that? Okay, I think I'll let you to work it out. And how about this? Which of the following argument, if true, might most undermine the central argument of the passage? Just do that quickly. I think it's more of a logical reasoning question.
Is it A, sir?
Okay, any other answer? Look at it closely and you'll get the answer. Okay, I think I'll leave it to you. The last two questions, please solve them and let me know the answers. And if you want the answers, you can either email me or you can WhatsApp me. I think you have my WhatsApp phone number. If you don't, please ask me and I'll let you. I'll chat it, put it in the chat box. So I think we'll stop here and I think we'll start with the LR because I think there's that worksheet to do as well. So but please try the last two questions because that's a very good passage. And I think I'll just let you have the LR worksheet. See if you're able to access that worksheet. Now, this was framed by, not by me. It was not selected by me. It was selected by some people from, I think my boss found it from some UPSC people. So it's both current affairs and LR. And it wasn't said by me. So please download that file and let us start with the first question. Okay, we'll start with the first question then. Okay, so the question one is, which of the following statement best explains the paradox referred to in the first paragraph, where even though the leader has used violence in the past, his followers believe he will bring order in a disorderly world. So that's the thing, right? So what's the answer for that? Any answers?
Yes, please. Confused between B and C.
So is
Okay,
it B?
okay, B for bucket. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, so they say that here, right? They say that they say that here. They say that see, and although he has threatened or used violence in his ascent to power, he enjoys the support of the faithful who see him as the savior who will bring order to a disordered world. So they believe that even though he's violent, they feel that they're able to overlook his violence as something that was probably necessary to bring order, right? So they think of it as some kind of a necessary evil. Okay, so let's see. Option A, the followers have a deep suspicion over the existence of disorder in the first place and think it to be the conspiracy of the left-wing liberals. Again, that's just the examiner mucking about, right? It's a stupid statement. It's got no relevance to the passage. Let's look at B. The followers believe violence is necessary for bringing order and hence their leader is better suited for it. Yeah, I think that kind of seems to be the answer. Well, let's look at C. The followers believe that past is not an indicator of the future, meaning that just because the person was violent in the past, it does not mean that he's going to be violent. I don't think that's the attitude that they're taking. They seem to be taking the attitude that the world is disordered and it takes violence to bring back the world to order. And they seem to feel that this person, this savior, is the only person who's capable of handling the violence. So I don't think that C is as appropriate as B. So I think between B and C, although C does make sense, I feel that B is more appropriate. D, the followers are ready to completely discount the past of their leader and seem to have a suspicion about the past of their leader. So they're able to discount the past and they have a slight suspicion. I don't think that's very relevant either. So I think that B is more the right answer. Very good. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Which of the following statements is the author unlikely to agree with?
B, sir.
So D.
D. Any other answer? Okay, let's see. So option A states that the mere possibility of Trump not accepting defeat is symptomatic of a degraded democratic political climate. Can that be an answer? The mere possibility of Trump not accepting defeat is symptomatic of a degraded democratic political climate. Can that be, which of the following is,
No, sir.
So
Not
it
yet.
can be agreeable. That's why it's not the
yeah,
correct option.
exactly, right? So normally under normal circumstances, somebody who's been defeated is just expected to leave, whereas this person is not leaving. So that's is symptomatic of a degraded democratic political climate. Okay, fine. So B, the existential threat associated with the 2020 presidential election is clear evidence of how far Trump's authoritarian remaking of American political culture has already advanced. I think even that is something that the author is going to agree with. I'm sorry. Yeah. So C, Trump's non-acceptance of an unfavorable outcome signals political erosion. Even that is true.
Yes,
I
sir.
think
That's
we're only left with D. The erosion of the political climate would have been a natural thing in the US. And the same would have been true even under Hillary Clinton's presidency. I think that we can't infer. And therefore, you can say that the offer is at least most unlikely to agree with that, or most likely to disagree with that. So I think D is the answer. Very good. Let's move on to question number 3. Any answers for that?
so
Yes.
I
So
have
what was the previous answer?
I'm sorry. Yeah, the previous answer was D. D for duck. And
But
the
sir,
one,
how is that possible? I mean,
hmm,
the political climate happened because Trump was the administrator, but then we don't know how Hillary Clinton would have done things.
exactly, which is why it says least likely or
Oh, sorry,
unlikely.
my bad.
Okay, so okay, fine. So you kind of thought most likely, right?
Yes,
Or
sir.
something like that. Okay, fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, so okay. How about question number 3?
Yes.
A for apple. Any other
I marked
answers?
D.
Okay, B for bucket. Fine. Let's
Yes,
see.
I marked D. D for doll.
D for doll. This one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other answer? Okay. Let's see. So, what is the primary logical fallacy of the argument posited by New York Times columnist? What is the logical fallacy we're looking at? So, what does this person say? Before you try to attempt the question, let's look at what this person states here, right? So, the person says here that so some pundits like the New York Times columnist Ross, I don't know how to pronounce. I think you should do that. I hope you should do that. Scoff at the description of Trump as a strong man. They say he's not a strong man. Why isn't he a strong man? They see the former reality TV star as too weak and clownish to inflict serious damage on American society. So, using deeply entrenched illiberal regimes like Putin's Russia as a measure, so these skeptics focus on what Trump has not done. So he hasn't shut down opposition media or established total control over the judiciary and other institutions. So what's there to worry about? So they say that even though he's a clown, he's not a dictatorial clown like Putin. He doesn't take control over the opposition media or he doesn't take complete control over the judiciary. So these systems are still quite free as they should be in a democracy. That's what this person says. So let's say what is the logical fallacy in this argument. So two says that the mere possibility of Trump not accepting defeat. I'm sorry, I think that's the previous question. Looks at things in absolute and doesn't recognize the progressive erosion of democratic values. That's possible. That's a very credible answer because look, what they're trying to say is that yes, he may be a clown, he may be a joker, but he could lead to progressive erosion of democratic values. So so the damage may not be immediate, but it could happen across a period of time. Right. So I think A is okay. Let's look at B. His description of Trump reeks of preconceived biases and hence unable to offer fair evaluation. I don't think that's right. I think his option C says that his usage of words like too weak and clownish is inappropriate for a sitting president. I think that's again a kind of a moral standpoint. That's not the right answer. D, he fails to adequately identify other countries with whom Trump's regime may be compared with. I think they do compare it with Putin's Russia.
Sir, they compared only with one nation.
Yeah, I think it's compared with Putin's Russia, but I think we can't call it a logical fallacy, can we? A logical fallacy is a kind of a logical mistake. You could call it a shortcoming. It's not. You could say that it kind of is not. It could have been better if the person brought in more examples, but it's not really a fallacy. A fallacy is a mistake.
Yes, sir.
Not giving examples is not a mistake. Whereas, see here, if this is right, see this person says that this person says that Trump is not as dangerous to the U.S. as Putin is to Russia, because unlike Putin, Trump does not have complete control over the judiciary, and Trump does not try to shut down opposition media. So that's what this person, Ross Duvat, is saying. So he says, therefore, Trump is not as dangerous. So what option A states is that yes, he may not be doing it immediately, but the fact that he's a despot, the fact that he's a bigot, the fact that he's able to bring in majoritarian white supremacist values could eventually lead to the erosion of democracy and equality and all that. And therefore, that could be the answer. And therefore, you could say that he looks at things in absolute and doesn't recognize the progressive erosion of democratic values that Trump is bringing about. So we don't know, for example, what could happen after two terms of Trump. Right. So I think that between A and D are both very close. I do accept. Between A and D, I think that A is what the examiner wants you to mark, and D is just an option that the examiner is trying to bring in. Look, it's very hard for the examiner to give you 3 wrong answers, right? So the one right answer is what the examiner comes up with first, and the 3 wrong answer, it's very hard for the examiner to frame them. And out of the 3 or 4, you could say that 2 are obviously going to be wrong, right? So it's very hard for the examiner to frame 3 wrong answers that are very close. So normally there's one right answer, there's one wrong answer, but it's very close to the right answer, and there are 2 or 3 options which are absurd, like in this case. So that's how every question is framed, because these questions don't fall down from heaven. Normal people frame these questions. So here, I think between A and D, just look at what the examiner wants you to do. Think of it from the examiner's psychology. It's not a descriptive question. It's not a creative writing question. It's more of trying to assess the examiner's psychology. So the examiner wants you to mark A. You can see that the examiner is just trying to not adequate examples. It's just the examiner trying to play with the psychology, I think. Okay, let's look at question number 4. Which of the following statements, if true, strengthens the argument posited by the New York Times columnist?
Is it A, sir?
Ross to that. Okay, A. Any other answer? Okay, let's see. So A, the regime of strongman leaders is necessarily characterized by maiming of opposition media and control over democratic institutions. Which of the following, if true, strengthens the argument posited by just give me a moment. I think it's something I can join in. Do we have Nitisha? I think she said she was going to leave us and then come back, but okay, fine. Okay, so we'll just wait. Okay, so yeah, so this states that which is the following statement, if true, strengthens the argument posited by New York Times columnist. So what is the argument this person says? This person says that the only way you can harm a democracy is if you have complete control over opposition media, number 1, and number 2, if you have complete control over the bureaucracy. And he says that Trump has neither of these, and therefore he's just a reality show clown. That's what this person, Ross Duvat, says. So option A is that the regime of a strongman leader is necessarily characterized by maiming of opposition media and control. I think very good. I think that could be a very credible answer. Let's look at B. In his childhood days, Trump was admired as a clown. See, like I said, you can see that the examiner is just coming up with some bogus option just to fill the gap, right? So this is obviously absurd. It's got no relevance. I mean, if he was a clown at school, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a clown throughout his life. It's just bogus, right? Okay, let's look at C. Ross Duvat has been a very respected columnist and has a history of hardly ever going wrong. Again, bogus, right? So Putin serves as the benchmark of authoritarian regime, and any leader who even gets to a minute person of what Putin did can be considered dictatorial. Okay, so let's see. So he says that Putin is apparently the benchmark, and any person who gets near to Putin could be thought of as being authoritarian. But does that strengthen the argument? No, it weakens the argument. It weakens the argument that see, what does Ross do that trying to say? He tries to say that Trump is not he's not a dangerous person. He's just a clown. He's a joker. And why? Because Putin, who's a real authoritarian, so and the real authoritarian should be able to control the democratic institutions like bureaucracy, and he should be able to take control over the opposition media, which is what this person is doing in Russia, Putin doing in Russia, whereas Trump is not doing that. So I think this weakens the argument. So if you look at this, that's a bogus, completely bogus. Anybody knows that B and C are bogus, and you could also see that completely bogus. I think I'll just use some color like green. Okay, completely bogus, and this is going to weaken the argument, not strengthen the argument. And the only thing that strengthens the argument is option A, right? So I think that any question you read, you should be able to identify the two questions that are completely absurd and one that is contrary and one that's the right answer. Okay, so I think that's the thing with these two. So let's move on to the next question. Okay, last question. Which of the following can be inferred from the passage?
So is it D?
Okay, good. Any other answer?
B.
D, is it all?
B for ball.
B for ball.
No,
Okay, we have,
B for.
okay, B for ball and D for doll. Any other options? Okay, let's see. Which of the following can be inferred from the passage? Trump has established a political power base before fighting 2016 political election. Okay, that's tricky. It's not bogus. It's quite tricky. Trump has established a
passage that mentioned that that Trump did not have a political power base.
Yeah, he was just a large entrepreneurial person. Yeah, so I suppose A is like option D there. So I think it's if you don't remember that, it's going to be tricky, but it's not very convincing. It's absurd then. Okay, good, very good. So what B? Established political basis makes grabbing of autocratic power easier. Established political basis makes grabbing autocratic power easier. I think can that be inferred?
We talk about like Erdogan and others who established political base before they grab power.
Yeah. So I think that can be inferred, but let's just see. Okay, so making grabbing of political. Okay, let's look at the rest of the options. Okay, so option C: Republicans are in favor of improving the economy by increasing the tax rates of the richest 1%. Again, that's A and C are against what the passage says, right? So the whole idea here is that they believe that in decreasing the taxes for the rich, they say here, for example, that. So we know that's absurd. So Republicans, for their part, seem to regard Trump as a means of realizing their own long frustrated aims, which is defending Caucasian Christian hegemony, deregulating large waves of the economy, and cutting taxes for the wealthy. This is what they want, right? So it's not as if they want to tax the rich. So A and C are obviously wrong. So now we have to look at D, and let's see if D makes sense. So D says that Republicans do not support President Trump, but it is the intimidation within their party ranks which makes them do so. Are we able to infer that? Are we able to infer that Republicans do not support Trump. Because here, I think we can kind of say that Republicans, for their part, seem to regard Trump as a means of realizing that their goal. But from this, we cannot infer that they don't really care about the person. So, but whatever the reasons, they rallied behind him in such numbers and with such fervor as to transform the grand old party. Okay. So for this election cycle, the party offered no policy platform and instead issued an yearly statement of unconditional support for President Trump and his administration. So I'm not really sure if that can be inferred.
So the passage, it says that they had their own frustrating aims.
Yeah, frustrated aims because of the previous governments. Because of the previous governments where they could not. Yeah, I think, okay, fine. I think I get your point. You haven't been able to fully kind of decipher this. So what they say is that Republicans, for their part, seem to regard Trump as a means of realizing their own long frustrated means. So what is that long aims? So what that means is that, so these are these aims: defending Caucasian Christian hegemony, deregulating large waves of the economy, and cutting tax for the wealthy. So these are the long frustrated aims that they have not been able to realize. Why? Because of the previous governments. And now they see that is, Trump is going to completely smash all of this and make it all the more easier for them. So I think that the answer is so they won't, not as if, so we can't infer that they don't like Trump or he fails to adequately identify with. So we can't really infer that they don't West Five, that they don't support Trump. In fact, they were great fervor. They support Trump with great fervor. But what we can infer is that their ideals have not been supported by the previous governments. So I think that the answer is going to be the established political basis make grabbing of autocratic power easier. That's not right because Trump himself is an example for that. Like you said that A is wrong because Trump has had established a political power base before fighting. That's wrong. And yet he was able to win the majority. So which means that it's not needed to have a political power base uh, prior to fighting an election. I think that B could be a right answer. Okay, fine. So I think we'll do one more passage and then we'll stop with that. And there are two more passages, and I think you can attend them and then come back to me, and I'll let you have the answer key if you come back to me on WhatsApp or by email.
So after solving, you'll send us the answer, okay?
Yeah, if you can just you try to solve it and let me know if you have any doubts anywhere, or if you want, or just let me know that you solved it, and then I think I'll send you the answer key.
Okay, so how do we contact you? On WhatsApp?
Either on WhatsApp or my email.
Okay, sir.
Anything.
So could you please put your email ID on the chat box?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that right now. Yeah, sessionpassport@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you. Okay, have you all read the passage? We'll just start with the question because there isn't much time. I'm sure you got to have your lunch and all that. Um, right. So we'll just start with the. Have you all read the passage? Not the
Yes.
question, just the passage. Okay, fine.
I didn't have
So
time to answer the question.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have time to answer the question.
That's fine. We do together.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you read the passage, that's good enough. Let's look at the first question. So after graduating from NLS IU Bangalore, Kamal has two offers, one from a startup and one from a traditional law firm. Kamal's father wants Kamal to join the law firm and shows him his study as his father wants this study as his father wants Kamal to earn more. How can Kamal effectively allay his father's concern? What does allay mean? Allay is to reduce in intensity, right? Or to ameliorate is a synonym to reduce. Okay, convince basically. So let's look at the options. Option A, by showing how he is joining startup for its thrill and not for the money. Can that be an answer? He's joining the startup for its thrill
So
and not.
I think his father's focus is more on money, so he has to give him a solution with money and something else. I don't think so. This would be the answer.
Very good. How about B? By telling his father that his learning will be great in startup uh, and he values learning more than uh, over morning. Okay, I think it should have been money. I think this person who made this made it morning. Okay, so yeah, how about that? But telling his father that his learning will be greater in the startup and he values learning over money. How about that?
So it can, I don't know. I think we should read the other options and then decide.
Very good. Okay, let's go to C. By pointing out to his father how the conclusion of a study undertaken in Denmark is inapplicable for a developing country like India.
Yeah.
I think because they say here that when they tell you why Denmark, so they tell you Denmark here because Denmark, they say Denmark's economy, according to that paper, is representative of high income countries, including the US. So its economy is representative of a very wide range of high income countries. So India would not fall into that category, right? So we have to assume
Yes.
that because they say Bangalore, so we have to assume that make some assumptions that the job is in Bangalore or in India, right? So because it says that I want to join a law firm and two offers, one from a startup and one from a traditional law firm, and let's say in India. Okay, and Kamal's father wants to join the law firm and shows the study, but how can Kamal effectively allay his father's concern? Okay, so assuming that it's in India and India is not um, a high income nation, I think C is clearly the right answer. Are you all okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Question 2. Which of the following statement explains the following phenomena? One key takeaway is how startup employees can find themselves on the job hunt. At the same time, employment becomes hard to land in a pandemic. One key takeaway is how startup employees can find themselves on the job hunt. At the same time, employment becomes hard to find in a pandemic. So, what does this mean?
Looking for a job during the pandemic, and it's very hard to find a job.
How is how startup employees can find themselves on the job hunt? So, why would they find themselves on a job hunt? Because they've lost their job.
They don't have a job. Yeah.
Otherwise, why would they look for a? Why would they be on a job hunt if they haven't lost their job? Then that's good, well and okay, right? So why would they be on a job? And also it says, and it's hard to find a job during a pandemic. Let's see option A. Startups are the first to lay off people in a pandemic because of the absence of relatively deep pockets to sustain a business during a pandemic. Again, I didn't frame these questions. I think A is okay. I think A makes sense, right?
I think A is the answer.
Yeah, A makes sense. Let's look at B. Startups create an unsustainable, impersonal atmosphere, which makes it easy for people to be laid off. See, I don't know about impersonal. I don't know what relevance impersonal has. Unsustainable is fine. It makes sense, and therefore it's very hard to, you know. But what does impersonal mean? I don't know. Okay, startups. Okay, between A and B, I think A is any day more relevant to this particular phenomenon. Okay, startup founders have only planned about the immediate future, and an unforeseen pandemic derails their plan. Yeah, I don't see why that's wrong, but still, we're still talking about job hunt and pandemic. We're not talking about, okay, fine, C can't be ruled out too, but I think A is more uh, to the point, right? Okay, startups are generous and pay handsome severance packages. I think that's wrong. That's got nothing. If that's the case, then then I don't think that the startup employees can find themselves on the job hunt. Would be right. I don't think that that's right. So between A, B, and C, what do you think is more relevant?
So I don't find C really close to the answer. I think A is close.
Okay, A. And why is B not? Yeah, B because of the impersonal fact. And why is C not close? C could be close because uh, they say that they're not well planned. If that is true, uh, you could find. But I think A and C are both close. But A is more to the point.
So I think in a pandemic, if there is not a proper future and there's just an immediate future, I don't think so. It would be that reliable.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So okay, I think A is okay, and let's look at 3 then. Okay, which of the following statements weaken the author's argument against the better learning opportunities in a startup? Okay, so the present and the future business environment will require generalists as machines will take the place of specialists. Present and future business environment will require generalists as machines will take up the place of specialists. So if you're not a specialist, of course, you could say that. See, uh, the offer says here that you could working for a startup could be, in a way, it could be an opportunity to learn, right? So it could be. See, one point in the pro column for working at a startup is a potential for an exciting environment with a unique sense of camaraderie. But it's important to consider that even this may one day peter out. And also, they say that another common thought is that a startup provides a significant opportunity for learning and growth because there's less of a structural hierarchy and you likely wear multiple hats. Unfortunately, the study found that this is jack of all trades approach often results in master of none outcome. That uh, that may be why job titles at startups don't translate to similar positions at established firms, right? So they say that jack of all trades is not it's not a good thing necessarily. So let's look at the options here. So which of the following the author's argument against better learning opportunities in a startup? So which of the following is going to say that being a jack of all trades is not a bad thing to be. You get my point? That being a jack of all trades is okay.
Yes, sir.
So how about option A now? The present and the future business environment will require generalists as machines will take the place. Especially, I think that does weaken the argument, right?
Yes, sir.
Because because we don't want a masters of one particular trade because these roles will be now played by machines. So what we want are generalists, people who can be a jack of all trades. I think A is a very strong answer. Let's look at B. People who learn at startups perform better at startups, which become bigger corporations over time. I
So
think it's just a bogus. Yeah.
this supports the answer, and that's why it's the wrong answer.
Okay.
In the question asks us to weaken the argument, but this kind of strengthens the argument.
B. You mean B strengthens?
Yeah, I mean B.
I won't say it strengthens the argument. I say it doesn't do anything to the argument because it just says that people who learn perform better and the startup becomes a big corporation. So whereas this person says that when you work for a startup, you become a master of all trades, but whereas the idea is to be a master of one, not a jack of all trades. So I think it doesn't do anything. It's just a stupid option. Let's look at C. People who work at older established firms tend to get older eventually. I think it's just a bogus option. The learning opportunity in a traditional firm are few, but you have an opportunity to become a master of all there.
So I think A is the answer.
Okay, I think A is the answer because I'm not really sure about whether the rest even make much sense. Okay, let's go for 4 and let's hope that. Okay, which of the following can be inferred from the passage? People joining a startup after it reaches about 50 employees, but before it reaches its fifth year in business, will learn less than other employees of the startups in the next decade, but more than those in the established firm. Can that be inferred? Look, where do they talk about this whole 50 employees and 5 years things? They talk about this here, right? They say that there is, according to the study, an exception to the finding that startup employees earn less than those who work with established firms. So it appears that there is a sweet spot for joining a new venture after it reaches about 50 employees, but before it gets to its fifth year in business. So those who started at this point actually reported slightly higher earnings than those who opted to work at an established firm from the study. So there's a kind of a sweet spot, but it's not necessarily that they learn more. That they don't talk about learning at all. See, here they say that people who will earn. Okay, fine. So they say people who at after it reaches 50 employees, but before in its fifth year will earn less than those of the startup in the next decade, but more than those in established firms.
So I didn't read that passage properly. Do they mention next decade there?
I don't think they even talk about decade.
Yeah, that's what.
So we'll just and also they say that just because you join, uh, see what they say is here that joining a startup after it reaches 50 employees, will they get less than what people of the what employees of that startup are already getting? I don't think that it talks about that either. So I don't think that A can be an answer. Let's look at B. Among Denmark and the US economy is more. I don't think that's true. Everyone in the startup is earning less than those employees in. Again, that's not true. Not every startup makes the transition to a big firm in the long run. I think that is certainly true. If at all it manages, see, not every that is certainly can be inferred. See, they say that not every exception to find, but they say that not every startup manages to go through that I think it can be inferred. They say that if at
Where
all
is
it
it
managed,
mentioned?
see, it just says that one takeaway is how, see, if I think it says if they make it, I'll just try and see if they, right. See, they say that that's important to plan, of course. This is even if your startup makes it that long. So if you manage to make it that long, so perhaps one discouraging takeaway from the entire study is wrapped up in these two sentences. Yeah. So yeah, I think they say that it's not really likely to make it that long. So not every startup makes it that long. Right. So most of them collapse even before they get anywhere. So I think that's okay. I think D can be inferred. So D is the right answer. Not every startup makes the transition to a big firm in the long run, which means they don't make it that long. How long? Yeah. So one point is that, see, they say that one point here is that it's more exciting whether a company gets acquired by a larger brand or grows. Yeah, I think they say here that if it survives that long enough to be acquired by a larger company, but they say that not every company is able to make it to that point even. Okay, so let's look at the last question and then we'll wind up. I'm sorry, I think I'm delaying your lunch. Which of the following statement statement significantly strengthens the author's argument that success in a startup?
So what's the previous answer?
4 is D.
And third one, sir?
Third is A. I think it was A, right?
Thank you, sir.
Sure. 3 is A at the present. Yeah. Yeah, I think 3 is A.
Yeah, it's A, sir.
And let's do the last question. Which of the following statement significantly strengthens the author's argument that success in a startup is akin to playing in the lottery? Okay, so the ratio of the success in startup and lottery is the same. See, which of the following makes it seem as though working for a startup is a very unpredictable thing to do? It's not very stable. Okay, so that's the argument. Success in a startup brings about the same amount of money as a successful lottery. I don't think that they talk about the money at all. When it comes to uncertainty, it's whether, or at least lottery, we can't infer B. The risk associated with startup and lottery intertwines the two. So I think A and C are very close. And D said that the probability of winning a lottery is significantly more. I think that is not talked about here. Right? So A and C are very close. The ratio of the success in the startup and lottery is the same.
Also, where have they mentioned the risk associated?
I think that the whole argument here is about the fact that they don't last very long. Startups don't last very long, and they very quickly say that working for a startup is not necessarily is a risk for an individual, right? It's a risk that you take because you feel that you're going to learn a lot. You feel that you're going to have a more laissez-faire atmosphere, but nothing really works out. And in fact, you end up losing money, and you could even end up jobless. So it's a risk that you take. And here they're trying to compare the risk with lottery. And I think that the risk associated, yeah?
I think A is the answer. I don't know.
I don't know. I think that the ratio.
So what's the answer in the answer key?
I think the key says A.
Okay.
Yeah?
D.
Okay, the probability
that significantly strengthens it. The argument says that the chances of winning a lottery is almost the same as that of succeeding in a startup. But then D goes a step further and says that the probability of winning a lottery is more than that of succeeding in a startup. So it like significantly strengthens the argument. The
So the
argument being
following
that
significantly strengthens the argument that success in a startup is akin to, let's see, I'm not really sure. Wait. See, they say here that, see, the press loves to cover the janitor or the receptionist who becomes rich from, okay, but these events are as representative of the common experience of startup employees as is the multi-million-dollar lottery winner among those who buy tickets, right? So the ratio is the same. It's pretty much the same ratio, right? The winner to loser is pretty much the same ratio. The probability of winning a lottery is significantly more. No, that is not true. You can't say that the probability of winning a lottery is significantly more. They say that it's comparable. See, they're trying to compare. See, it's a human thing. So many people apply for a lottery, but 1% wins. So similarly, so many people start small, but only 1% becomes a multi-million-dollar company. So I think the ratio is pretty much the same. So I think that the answer is going to be A. That the ratio of success in startup. Yeah. So the probability.
That one, it makes sense, but then the thing is like D, what it does is it goes one step further. Like for example, in a lottery, if you have 1 million people and there's one person in the startup also, there are 1 million people who work in a startup, only one person is successful. But D goes to say that in a lottery, it's 1 in 1 million, but in a startup, it's 1 in 2 million. So doesn't that actually like strengthen the argument?
See, strengthens the argument that success in a startup is akin to playing in the lottery. It does not mean that a lottery is more profitable than a startup. So you're trying to compare the two. You don't want either of the two to have an advantage. You don't want it to seem as though lottery is easier than a startup, and you don't want it to seem as though a startup is easier than lottery. You're trying to compare the two. You want to have a balance between the two. So the question is, which of the following statements significantly strengthens the balance between a startup and a lottery? And A is the only option because it talks about the ratio, and no other option talks about the ratio. So D would make it, would push the balance towards lottery. And C is very confused. I don't know what intertwines. It just means that it makes it seem as though there's a risk with startup, but there's no risk with lottery. So C is wrong. Success in a startup brings about the same amount of money as a. I think that's wrong. I think A is the only right option because it's the only. So when it says significantly strengthen, it doesn't mean that it makes lottery easier than startup. That's not the idea. The idea is to make it seem as though startup and lottery are both equally unpredictable. So that's the idea. So I think A is the right answer. Okay. So I think we'll stop with that. And the rest of them, you can probably email me or WhatsApp me, and I'll let you have the answer key. If you, after you attempt it and after you frame your own option, and then you can figure out where you're going wrong. So that's the only way you can learn. And also for RC, I think you can do one passage a day, maybe from your module. You have 90 questions in your module, and instead of spending 1 day for RC, 1 day a week for RC, maybe you could spend 7 minutes a day and do one question and look at where you're going wrong. So that way, maybe you can improve your speed and get to a stage where you can do one passage in 6 minutes. Because like I said at the beginning, RC, the thing about RC is that there's a larger scope for accuracy than with GK or with LR or anything like that, and legal. So with RC, you can get it right or wrong. So there's more scope for accuracy. So maybe if you can work on RC, maybe if you can do one passage a day and 90 days, starting from tomorrow's, or maybe Mondays, you can start that. And maybe you can come back to me on WhatsApp or email and ask me if you got doubts. I think that will really improve your speed. So one passage a day is really good. and one passage a day plus the mock paper plus the class, I think that's enough for your RC. You can focus on your board exams and your and the other aspects and your other exams and all that. So one passage a day is really very mandatory. So like I said, there are 90 questions in your module. So starting from tomorrow, maybe you can do one passage a day. Okay. So good luck and all the best. And you can get back to me if you got doubts with the module questions, either on WhatsApp or you can text me or you can email me. Okay. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. We'll
Yeah.
Thank you,
work
sir.
on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
sir.
Bye. Bye. Bye.